Alright, let's get a mic check. Alright, mic check is good. Okay. Go ahead and sign in while I give people a chance to show up before we officially kick this off. Don't ask. It's my brain. Just leave it at that. Alright, well, I'm logged in. So let's go ahead and get this officially kickstarted. Ladies, gentlemen, and those of us who know better, welcome again to my stream. It is a... what the hell day of the week is this? Saturday here. And as the little blurb is saying, we're going to be continuing in Final Fantasy XIV. Continuing working on the post-Heavensward story. So let's go ahead and get that going. I did work on a few things between last stream and this one. It was just leveling up for 2 of my jobs. So I'll be doing some of the class quests before. Alright, love you, Mom. Sweet sleep. But yeah, I'm going to be doing some of the class quests before I actually go ahead and start working on start working on continuing the post-Heavensward story. Yeah. Alright. So I worked on Machinist and Black Mage. So since Machinist is right here, I'm going to go ahead and get that going. This will be the level 35. Heat Blast. Firearm is overheated. Cool. I don't remember this ability at all. I'm wondering if it gets traded out for something or if I just never fucking use it. Oh, no, I know what this one is. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay, yeah, no, I use this one is highly useful. Greetings, Tyrion. Have you become practiced at defeating your foes from a distance? With the range of our weapons, even skyborn dragons will learn to respect the threat posed by a trained machinist. Despite the proven efficacy of our cannons and ballistas, shouldn't that be ballistae? I don't know. However, many knights of Ishgard continue to eschew firearms in favor of the spear and the sword. Ah, the creaking chains of tradition. Hark! The very creaking I spoke of draws near. Ugh, this stifling heat and sulphurous stench. I can scarcely breathe. And worse, I can scarcely bear the sight of mine own son garbed in such filthy garments. Why must you persist in this infatuation with smithing, of all things? Stephanivian, I hate to be the one to break this to you, but your father is a douche! Sorry. 'Tis called machinistry, father, and you need not come at all if the air in the workshop so offends you. Would that I could shed this onerous duty, but as manufactory chief, I must needs supervise its operations. Supervise? You barely visit but once a moon and relegate every management task to Fromelo. And what of it? Smithing is a commoner's profession. Even as overseer is the role of a noble. As one of the 4 founders of Ishgard, House Helenard enjoys a privileged position. But misfortune has waged a constant war of attrition on our forces, and our claim to that position grows weak. Thus must we attend to our duties with uncommon zeal, even duties as common as this one. Hold on, let me... Sorry, I just realized that some of my windows weren't set up how I wanted them to be. But we shall not suffer this mean predicament forever. No, my son, you will reclaim the honor of our family with a spear in hand. You must needs become a knight of skill, non-peril, and bear our flag onto the field of battle. Again, Stephanivian, your father is a douche. I mean, hi, sir. Father, the face of war changes with each passing day. Soon will come a time when the machinists shall form the bulk of our armies. Should you cling to these stagnant ideas of yours, you will be swept over by the wave that carries us forward. I tire of your flights of fancy, Stephanivian. Without successes to back them, your arguments ring as empty as my treasure room. The Holy See has announced a tourney. You will best serve your house by returning to the practice field, and thence claiming victory in the melee. Douche, 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 douche. See, even his footsteps make the sound. I regret that you were subject to our squabbles, but Father's attitude is sadly representative of the greater part of Ishgard's populace. Their heads may as well be made from the stone of the city walls. I noticed. I have, however, designed a weapon of such brilliance that the light of its potential will penetrate even the densest minds. Ralstonstall and Joy will accompany me to Raincatcher Gully to gather materials for the prototype. Why don't you join us? Practicing your marksmanship in Ishgard will only invite suspicion and ridicule, and this is the perfect opportunity to receive further tutelage from Ralstonstall. That you might also train under the warm rays of La Nosha's sun is simply a fortuitous boon. Sure. We can do that. Let's see. We are going to... Yeah, the ability I get from this quest... See, when this reaches 50 or higher, you can activate this, which spends 50 of it. And then, as you can see, it increases potency of single target weapon skills by 20, which is fucking useful as hell. However, you activate this, and as you can see, it has really fast recast time there of only 1.5 seconds compared to the 2.5 seconds that other stuff is. So you do that, Gauss round, that, Gauss round, that, Gauss round, and then when Ricochet gets unlocked, you bounce between, that, Gauss round, that, Ricochet, that, Gauss round, that, Ricochet, and it's a good quick burn. Speaking of, when does Ricochet unlock? Level 50, gotcha. So 10 more levels. Onwards, Rusty. Normally we're out here to go see the ninjas. Up and over. Ooh, hey. While we're out here, may as well. Could always use the XP. The exp. Oh, my level's too high. Hold on, let me level sync. see that right there, how we get reach 50, that unlocks this, which unfortunately at this level, or before getting that ability, all it does is boost these a little bit, and as you can see, you can't quite expend all of the charges of it. So, that's why I'm looking forward to finishing the level 35 mission so that I can get that. As you can see, I had leveled up to 40, so I unlocked, being able to do 2 missions. And then I got bored of leveling up and stopped working on that. XP. That's what I should do, is I should go ahead and queue up for that while we're working on this. Got yourself dragged out here as well, did you? The boss said he needed some Magitech part, and I just had to open my big gob about this Garlean wreck in the gully. It's been rusting here for nigh on 5 years now. So any useful bits and bobs was likely stripped out long ago. But seeing as we've trekked all this bloody way, we might as well see how far you've come in your shooting. Go say hello to the other two and keep them safe while they concentrate on their scrounging. Ah, you came. Splendid. Though I am afraid the rewards have yet to meet the risks of the monster-infested crash site. And speaking of monsters... Yep, speaking of monsters... Since this one will attack me as soon as it turns the fuck around. Whoopsie. I was thinking it would have more life than that. Practicing your marksmanship, are you? Maybe I'll... Ah, damn it. Accidentally finger twitched. I'll read off what she said here as soon as I'm done fighting these fuckers. Alright, what'd she say? Alright, maybe I'll have half a moment's peace to look for this part while you watch me back. Ugh. Not again. Take care of that, would you, Tyrion? Alright, so I've watched their backs. Let's see if we got anything worth getting. No, not that. That. You have been bloody working, or you have been, he doesn't say bloody, but fuck that. You have been bloody working on those shots, haven't you, lad? I'd say you're good and ready to, bloody elves, that's a big un. You're up, Tyrion. Aye, 'tis a big un. But I'ma fuck it the fuck up. Aww. However, we found a Magitech. Kubu, something or other. And I found a thingy. Aye, nice form, lad. Tightly grouped shots. Now, was it just me eyes playing tricks, or did some other than guts drop out of that thing's belly? Here you go. Looks like a bit of machinery. The boss would have a better idea than me. Nope. Parchments. Ah, that's what I figured. Tiramisu cheesecake is her name. Zombie Oreo. And what's the last one's name? An actual name. Okay. Okay, good. Both bees were taken out before they could get their big bad attack off. So the bees, if you let them live long enough, do a self-sacrifice stinging attack that does like half to 3/4 of the tank's health, which the tank's health is far better than anybody else's health. So if you're the one being targeted, if you're not the tank, get a fuck up. I was about to say, and up here we've got a couple more bees. I wonder why they've made it so that those things are just staying on their spots. It used to be you had to go and fucking had to line them up properly. However, you don't need to actually kill either of them back there. I'm an idiot. I should have saved that. Oh well. Too late now. Got it down below half in one go. Means we will definitely kill the thing on the next go. So that's good. Because this particular boss isn't hard. It's just kind of annoying. Especially if you're the tank, because the sheer amount of random I'm gonna go fuck with the other guy attacks that this damn boss does. Do, 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 do. I'm not in combat though. Still thinks that we're in combat with the avoir de poids. Okay, now we're finally out of range. Okay, let me try this again. Let me equip the new piece. Thank you. Okay. Time for a boss fight. In fact, it's the final boss for the area. Alright. Kind of interesting though how they changed up the mechanics of this particular fight, because there was a way that you could do it where you just skipped the main mechanics, and I guess the developers did not like that. Oh, I'm off over here. So they did this where the chains come out, latch onto you, and force you to fight the damn things. Alright, let's see who's gonna attach me to this time. Oh. No attaching. So Weasel walks into a bar, heads up to the barkeep. Barkeep looks at him and says, "Alright, well, what is it you want?" "Pop," goes the Weasel. "I'll see my way out." Oh, no votes. Lame. Oh well. Confound it, all this way and not to show for it. Aside from your obvious improvements in marksmanship, of course. What's that you have there? Several metal rings hinged together to spin and rotate independently of one another. What this fantastic creation could be used for is beyond you. And this spilled out along with the creature's innards, you say. Extraordinary. By the Fury, do you know what this is? You found the very component I was searching for. That's wonderful, my lordship. Our fortunes took a turn for the better the moment you walked through the workshop doors, Tyrion. Finding a rare Magitech part in a beast's belly ain't fortune. That's bloody sorcery. Or so I'd think if I didn't see you shoot the damn thing with me own two eyes. Nice work there, by the way, Tyrion. I can already hear the whirring of my invention come to life. Come, we must return to the manufactory at once. Okay. Well, while we are out and about, I'm going to go ahead and pop over to Eastern Thanalan to get my Black Mage quest going. Because I've got another piece of my fucking armor to find. I still just absolutely love this. The fact that it's cake that makes the fat chocobo flap its wings hard enough to be able to fly. And he's just like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Mount can fly no higher. Bullshit. Now it can fly no higher. Whee! See, we get that. Oh yeah, and flare. You have gathered the first 4 artifacts, Tyrion. That is no small feat. Yet I fear little time remains. If the tablet of Daza's great ancestor is to be believed, there is yet one more. Attempting to seal the Void Gate before you have found them all would be the height of folly. Our search for the solace of the gods continues. I have gone through all the records left by my great-grandfather, yet have discovered little. They only seemingly... Let me try that again. Damn it. The only seemingly relevant passage I found was his last. He put it to paper some 100 years ago, just before bidding farewell to his home. The true power of destruction will be awoken in the most sacred of places. The power of destruction is black magic, of course, but as to what is meant by this awakening, I fear I am at a loss. You believe that Daza's and Dozal Melok's ancestors might know more? To be sure, they were witness to the same events, and it is true that they too left their homes 100 years ago and were damned for traitors. Could be mere coincidence, but no, I do not think that likely. I fear this foreshadows our doom. Should you find aught else, I beseech you to tell me at once. I will also continue the search for answers. The tablet seems to suggest that the way to the solace of the gods and the final relic will be made known in time, yet we can scarce afford to wait idly by. Both Dozal Melok and Daza understand this urgency and have already returned to their respective homelands to delve into the matter. And now to your next task. You must return to he who first bound our four fates together, the prophet Kukuruka. Perhaps his words can guide us once more. Kukuruka. Onwards and upwards. Sorry, I had to do the upwards part. Moral imperative. Oh, that. There we go. Ethernet, and I need... Not there. Where the fuck did I need to go? Weaver's Guild, I believe. Weavers. Yes. Please, you must help me. Kukuruka has disappeared. That man is no messenger of Nalthal. He is a miscreant and a charlatan, one guilty of the most heinous of crimes. None has seen him for days. I became worried and entered his chambers to see that he was well, though he prohibited me from doing so. Within I found only evidence of his deception. The records he had hidden were damning. I now know why he was condemned as the greatest criminal of his day. 100 years past, he conspired with Magi from the Beast Tribe to summon a creature known as Barbados, a monstrosity that was meant to destroy all of Eorzea. Their plot was discovered by the order of Nalthal, and the Void Gate was sealed before Barbados could emerge. Kukuruka was cast into the Masaraja pit for his crime, where he was to rot until his last breath. The order was loath to let word of this spread, fearing others might someday seek to succeed where Kukuruka failed, and so they left no record of the plot, save a few inscrutable documents, parchments intelligible only to those to whom the secret was known. These were the last words I found among the scribblings. 4 is the answer. 4 spells of black, 4 artifacts of Eld, the blood of 4 races. By 4 alone shall the true power of destruction be awoken from the Void Gate. Tyrion, black magic is not the key to sealing the Void Gate. It is the key to opening it. Kukuruka used us to revive this dark art, and now means to finish what he began a century ago. What fools we were to believe his lies. Please, Tyrion, we must stop him before it is too late. Hurry to Nal's reflection in southern Thanalan. We'll saddle up, partner. We're ready to go. Onwards. We want that one. flying! Whee! Mount can fly no higher. Fuck you. Yes, it can. See? It really does aggravate the shit out of me that it says that when you've still got something like 10 yards, 10 plus yards that you can still go. Proceed. Hey, Tori, and thank you for subscribing some more. Love your face. Now we get to stop an evil black mage and a void creature. Okay, here we go. All right. Whoops. Oh crap, there's a couple of void gates. Oh shit, there's another one. Fierce and powerful. You deceived us all. You have. Squawk? Pay you will. You're one of Hitali Melak's get, are you not? Mother of mother of mother. Her name, you know? And you, Amalja, yes, you are of the line of Kazib Cha. I can see it. And Cobalt, through your veins courses the blood of Dagu, does it not? And last but not least, the Black Mage Tyrant. Splendidly done. Few could have vanquished Barbados as you have. No doubt you're all eager to hear what truly transpired 100 years ago. Being a kindly soul, I shall tell you. I was an ambitious mage in my youth, insatiable in my thirst for knowledge of the arcane. In the course of my studies, I discovered ancient writings which told of a black magic, a magic capable of destroying as only the gods can. It was innocent at first, until it wasn't. But then questions began to arise in my mind that demanded answers. Where had all the black mages of old gone? Why had the existence of the art been hidden? And so I probed, endlessly, tirelessly. The more I uncovered, the more it drew me in. There was such power to be had. I was not merely ambitious, I was also vainglorious. I desired recognition, deference. By accomplishing that which no other could, I sought to make my legacy an eternal one. Yet the pursuit of black magic was trying. I would pass days, weeks, months at a time, unsure of how to proceed, and what little progress did come came but slowly. It was then that I met your ancestors. The gem of Shatoto, the power to sense magic, the relics, all of these things I owe to them. With their vast knowledge, the slow crawl of my studies turned to leaps and bounds. Bright light. I dare say your ancestors sought the same recognition as I. Kazib Cha, ridiculed by the Amalja for his ingenious analysis of worldly phenomena. Hetali Melak, named a pariah for not sharing in the small-minded prejudices of the Ixal. Dagu, a victim of his kind's idiocy, bound never to leave the land of the kobolds. We toiled together, learning what we could, and learn we did, much and more. Imagining we had gleaned all that was to be known, we prepared to hold a dark rite, one we believed would restore black magic to its fullest expression. I do not know what came over me. Blinded by my own lust for power, I altered one of the incantations. It was arrogant, foolish. Our command over the ancient powers we summoned was lost. I watched as the chaotic ether washed over my friends, ripping them apart, only to fuse them together into an abomination. No, you couldn't mean that thing we just saw. Yes. When I saw what my hubris had created, I mustered all of my strength to see Barbados sealed behind the Void Gate. Sealed, yet not defeated. Fucking bright light. Assholes. Yet I felt myself corrupted by the ether and was unsure whether I could hold my powers in check. Fearful, I returned to Ul'dah, where I manipulated the minds of a few thaumaturges of the Order into believing I had committed some terrible crime. Only with me confined to the depths of the Marasaja pit could the realm be safe. And there I remained, waiting for the coming of one with the power to purify the ether of those three fiends with whom I once shared those three friends with whom I once shared a dream. Very, very different vibe with friends instead of fiends. Oh, miscellaneous night? See, previously I had like when I had first started streaming, I was streaming 7 days a week. And I would have, Star Wars night, Final Fantasy night, and, certain things specifically picked. And then I had miscellaneous night where people could go ahead and they could vote on what game they wanted to see me play. That was how I ended up streaming Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was a miscellaneous night. Which I still say you're an ass for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I am truly sorry. No words, Dozal has. Squawk? Only squawk? I am not long for this world. Here, take this relic while I still have the strength, or have strength enough to offer it. The fifth artifact? Yes, the fifth. Welcome to the solace of the gods. Perhaps you know it better as Nald's reflection, as most do. Truly remarkable, Tyran. You have succeeded where many great mages have failed. Mastered what we sought to master. I can now rest, knowing that this power is safe with you. It is for you to set the hatreds of the past aright. My time to join Thal has come. May he greet me as a friend. Then it is over, finished, ended, over. We did all we could, and the souls of Kukuruka and the others have been saved. The legends carried by my forebears have had their final chapter written this day. I confess, there is a sadness in that. I am proud to call you friend, Tyran, brethren, brother, friend, now and always, no matter how divergent our paths from here. Yes, you are a true mage of the black now. Pray, grace we kobolds in La Nosha with your presence someday. Oh, I have. They didn't like it. To think, Kukuruka carried that anguish 100 long years. His crime was born of the hubris of youth, yet his atonement came from the wisdom of old age. His soul has found peace, and it is not our place to linger and disturb it. Come, let us return to Burgundy Falls. Century-old plan this was? Fulfilled his purpose, Kukuruka did? Mother of mother of mother, forgiven Kukuruka she has? Squawk? Think so, Dozal does. Finished, this story is. Had much fun, Dozal did, like mother of mother of mother. Grand fun she had too, Dozal hopes. Farewell, Tyran. Meet again someday, Dozal hopes. Squawk? Alright, back to Eastern Thanalan. Actually, though, I got an actually good recommendation. What's your actually good recommendation? Splatterhouse Arcade. Okay, what kind of game is that? A quarter muncher? Well, I don't have any quarters. Also, I'm not sure how to feed a quarter to my computer. Things have come to an end, it would seem. Both the threads which bound us all and this tragic tapestry they wove. Most mysterious things, these lives we lead. Do you recall when the words of so many legends and prophecies first brought you to me? It was here, at these same Burgundy Falls. We have spoken much here since then, yet I never imagined this day would come. I stand before you now with no regrets. I am grateful to the gods for letting our paths cross. Dozalmelak, Daza, and you, Tyrann Hillseeker. I count you all as my brethren in black. Together we have seen the souls of our ancestors given peace, and I too now feel a happiness I have never known. You have become a true black mage, my friend, and more than that, a true friend, Black Mage. Let the dark art we share be a symbol of our bond, and that undying in shadow or light, by day or night. Everything. It was designed to eat quarters when it was an arcade game. Emulator, you just press a button and it adds credit. Ah, okay. It's final quest for this, blah blah blah. Back in black. Alright. Ah, Tyrann, you come at a good time. I have made a remarkable discovery which I would share with you. After Master Kukuruka passed away, I went to his cell in the Masaraja pits, the cell in which he spent 100 years locked away. I doubted my master, and the guilt of it gnaws at my conscience. In order to atone, I decided to preserve the fruits of his research for future generations. Well, as I went about sorting through his personal effects, I found a most peculiar slip of parchment bearing a jumble of glyphs and sigils, which I instantly recognized to be a cipher. When I removed the cipher to reveal the hidden words, I could scarce believe my eyes. They described the whereabouts of 2 ancient tomes, the books of Nalthal. The tomes are said to contain the secrets of forbidden spells, and their existence has been hidden from even the Thaumaturger's Guild. Master Kukuruka entrusted you with his legacy, Tyrann. He would want the tomes to be in your keeping. The first tome is said to be at Nald's Reflection in southern Thanalan. Come, let us make haste and retrieve it. Damn it, you couldn't have just said that to me before? I was just there. Transport. Southern. Sorry, just checking messages real quick. Okay, I need to talk to regular-ass merchant and get something that they don't fucking have. Schmasters. Oh, I can go ahead and I can sell off those. See? They add up. They really do. Okay, Rogue Ninja is higher than that. Ninja Machinist is higher than that. Sort. All my Disciples of War are higher than that. Okay, can't sell that. Okay. I might actually just have gained the level to be able to use that. Place an armory chest. That, however, sell that. Sort. There we go. Space saved. But yeah, no, I need more Giselle greens. I have found the first tome, Tyrion, the Book of Nald. It lay not a foam from where the parchment said it would be. By gods, I cannot stop trembling. My blood runs cold simply imagining the havoc that could be wreaked with the knowledge within. Such power must be safeguarded, lest it fall into the wrong hands. Let us make haste and retrieve its twin, the Book of Thal. It should be at Thal's respite. Why the fuck am I going with you if you're finding them and picking them up? Like, seriously. The hell am I even doing running after you? Shut up. I know my mount can fly no higher. Though it can, actually. Tyrion, the unthinkable has happened. The chest is empty. The Book of Thal is gone. Who could have taken it? Who else could have known? Gods, if the tome's secrets were to be used for evil, this is an absolute disaster. And my worries do not end there. Should the Thaumaturgers Guild somehow learn of the tome's existence, they will stop at nothing to seal them away. That cannot be borne. Master Kukuruka spent his lifetime restoring the knowledge of black magic to the world. We cannot suffer any part of it to be lost. At any rate, there is nothing more to be done here. Let us return to the sacrarium and reassess the situation. Do, 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 do. There's nothing left for me here. Alright. Back to Ulda. And then after that, back to Foundation. Here's Guild. I am sorry you had to see me lose my composure earlier, Tyrion. As I made my way back, I pondered the situation. When I found the chest, it was covered in a century's worth of dust. Some of that dust had been knocked loose by prying hands, and nothing had settled in its place. From this, it can be inferred that the tome was taken recently. Now that the tome we were able to retrieve, the Book of Nald, is enciphered by an enchantment, I think it is safe to assume that its twin benefits from like protection. Such protection will not be easily circumvented. It will take the thief time enough, I hope, for us to track him down, retrieve the tome, and avert disaster. But enough talk. I shall make some discreet inquiries into the missing tome. Oh, and if you do not mind, I would like to hold on to the Book of Nald for examination. In the meantime, I suggest you continue your training in the dark arts. We may have need of your skills again ere long. Alright, I'm curious. What does the... Yes, I know, level 52. What's level 52 quest get me? Oh, ley lines. Ley lines is fun. Alright. Back to Machinist. And back to Foundation. Yep. Good. My fingers twitched down onto that right as it finished up. It was like, son of a bitch. I thought for sure it was going to interrupt it. We. It truly was a stroke of luck, Tyrion. Without wretchedly rare gyroscope in hand, 'twill only be a matter of time until I have a working prototype. Instead of twiddling your thumbs until its completion, however, you shall have your hands full mastering a new skill. Rostenstall bade me pass on to you the particulars of Heat Blast. Train hard, my friend. Under the tutelage of Rostenstall, you something marksmanship, something new ability, something. Rook auto turrets. We get this level. Oh wait. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. I can go through this and then I need to remember to equip the new stuff. Tyrion, splendid. You arrived at the very moment I completed my newest machinist marvel. Well within the very hour, at least. 'Tis unfortunate that many Ishgardians cannot appreciate the practicality of my work. People such as my father, for instance. Told you, your dad's a douche! Ugh. There is naught that can be done for this dreadful odor. Stephanivian, my son, the days of shunning your nightly training have come to an end. Never should I have allowed you to set foot inside this workshop. Had I but known that the curiosity you displayed as a boy would develop into this all-consuming distraction. Is that all you came to say, father? I am well aware of your distaste for... Nay, Stephanivian, there is more. House Zemal has sounded a call to arms, and House Halenard is bound to answer. As you well know, however, our companies are light on lances. If we are to avoid dishonoring our name, every able soldier, mine own son included, must take up spear and sword and march to battle. I have not the disposition for charging into enemy ranks, father. I did not raise a coward. Consider your next words carefully, boy. As manufacturing chief, I hold the authority to expel anyone from this workshop.
Douche. Douche, douche. Douche, douche, douche.
Oh, dick. Bundle of dicks. Eat some. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat there. On parchment, mayhap, there's only one chief we answer to. Aye, I understand that our ranks have grown thin. Thus is our house in dire need of the support my machinists will bring. Challenging the might of dragons with spear and sword is the work of seasoned heroes, warriors possessed of unflagging stamina and robust physique. Equipped with a firearm, however, even the scrawniest commoner could engage those same scaled demons from afar. Think of it, father. If the masses were trained in the machinist profession, the casualties of Fang and Claw would be considerably diminished. Machinist companies would soon form the backbone of our defense, and, as the master of the manufactory, the accolades would belong to House Halenart. Train the masses? Foolish boy! No lowborn army could ever replace a contingent of disciplined knights. It is time, my lord. Svara is expected to descend upon our defenses within the hour. Svara? You mean to engage that great brute with naught but our knights? What would you have me do? The dragon flies straight as an arrow for our very own Skyfire locks. Should we let them be destroyed, the price will be steep in both coin and honor. Father, you must allow me to deploy my machinists. Once you have witnessed them in battle, even you will be unable to deny their effectiveness. Do as you will, Stephanivian. As matters stand, I would not turn away a lame chocobo if it offered to defend our holdings. Be certain to assemble your forces at the locks ere Svara arrives.
Douche, 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 douche.
Yeah, sorry about that for that getting stuck in my throat, Stephanivian. I don't know what came over me. Oh dear. I fear I have allowed my passions to impair my better judgment. Of all my budding machinists, only you have seen true combat. It is to you, then, that I would entrust the use of my prototype device, the Rook, as I have taken to calling it. It is an auto-turret, a type of machinist weapon that fights on its own. Do you recall Rostenthal's explanation of the Ethro-transformer? That contraption at your waist will convert your body's ether into the lightning-aspected energy required to power the turret. You need simply to activate the weapon, and it will supplement your own attacks. Svara has plagued House Halenart for long years. Should you employ the Rook to good effect, then we may rid ourselves of both the deadly enemy and my father's antiquated notions in one fell swoop. Giggity. Brown chicken, brown cow. Stephanivian entrusts you with his latest creation, the Rook Auto Turret. Well, Tyrion, we are as ready as we can be. All except for our wayward instructor. Would you be so kind as to locate Rostenstall and inform him of the urgency of our situation? I imagine he is loitering in Foundation somewhere, making his unhurried way to the workshop. Sorry, I'm getting me a snack while we're running around doing this. I see him. He's up there. back that I come up to this motherfucker's knee. Okay, maybe slightly above. No, I can't tell if the ends at the knee or just below it. What? Still, right around this fucker's knee. Ah, Darren, look at this crag I caught me creeping about near the workshop. Up to no bloody good, I reckoned. So as I sat him down for a friendly chat. We need you to hurry up. A dragon attack? And the boss needs every hand on deck, does he? Aye, I'll be right there, just as soon as I'm done wringing some answers from this ugly sword. You know, where there's one rat, there's always a dozen more. Might be best if you took a quick look around yourself and deal with any troublemakers before you head back. No need to murder anyone, mind. The noise from a slug shot ought to scare him off. Oh, jeez. All over the fucking place. Ah! What in the seven hells? You could have taken off a toe. You're Rosenthal's new pup, ain't you? If it's trouble you're looking for, then look no further than that backstabbing Levinson cur. How uncouth, but I suppose I should expect not less from one of Rosenthal's underlings. You learned it from the vicious brute himself. Heed my words, the Skysteel manufactory plays haven to villains. For the safety of Ishgar's citizens, the manufactory must needs be shut down. Fuck you. Their Rugadan instructor poses as the former Commodore of the Knights of the Barracuda. This is a lie. In truth, he is a bloodthirsty pirate who murdered his entire crew. Go fuck yourself. You ain't seen the last of me. Thanks. Name's Celestial, one of your fellow machinists, if you didn't know. I was making preparations for our fight with Svara when that thug ambushed me. Don't bother chasing him. I doubt he knows more than what he was paid to do. But he did make it damn clear that someone out there has a grudge against our workshop. Anyway, I have to get back to me duties. We ain't never fought in a proper battle, let alone against a monster like Svara, and we'll need all the advantages we can get. Is everything alright? Rosenthal tells me there are villains afoot, making trouble for the workshop. I took care of a bunch of them. Intimidating my machinists, were they? Setting fires and spreading rumors. Joy, too, has overheard vile slander intended to defame our master of marksmanship. You took every care to choose the right employee, me lordship. We could do a lot worse than the former Commodore of Limsa Barracudas. And now half of Ishgard thinks he's lying, that he's a convict of terrible crimes. Does someone seek to harm the manufacturer's standing with these attacks upon our instructor's character? I'm sorry, Rosenthal. Your association with the machinists has brought you naught but ridicule and insult. Bah! Do not blame yourself, boss. After all, more than half that stuff's probably true. Aye, I was the Commodore of the Kudas, right up until I got kicked out on me arse for making a bloody mess of things. That's why you found me in Camp Overlook. I was there to visit one of me old underlings. Of course, he'd rather take another axe to the face before he'd talk to me. Me mistakes cost some more than others, and there's no bastard in Lanosha as call me friend. Excuse me. Your mysterious rival must have learned me tarnished past, because they offered a fortune for me to accept the job as your master of marksmanship. I suppose they thought the workshop would be ruined once the truth behind me charming reputation became common knowledge. But, as it turns out, I don't take kindly to being some faceless bastard's puppet. So I took their coin, and the others, and made for the hills. I had no intention of fulfilling my contract. Not until your adventurer here went and got me fired up about teaching in truth. That said, there ain't naught in me agreement that says I gotta fight bleeding dragons, and me students will give a better showing without me there growling over their shoulders any road. Though his support will be missed, Rostenstall is mayhap correct in his assumption. Our demonstration will be all the more impressive for his absence. Let us check our weapons one last time and assemble at Skyfire Locks. Proceed. Allow me to brief you on our defensive strategy ere the dragon and its minions arrive. God bless it. Accidentally finger twitched. Okay, atop each of the 3 locks we have placed the dragon slaying cannon. Our task as machinists shall be to defend the cannons from as far as lesser kin. You will find a lock in the northeast. A lock to the northwest. And a lock to the south. I will track the concentrations of our enemy and direct you to the cannon most in need of protection. Hark! The dragons are come. Everyone, to your positions. Time to fuck some shit up. Time to fuck some shit up. Southern cannon. Northeast. Yeah, no shit, northeast. Holy crap. Defend the cannons as needed. Alright. That means I need to go over here, because holy crap. This one's getting fuckered up. I know it cannot sustain much more damage. That's why I'm here. Oops, wrong button. We've won, Father. My machinists have carried the day. Damn fucking right we have. And that's what there's 3 of us on the field. Well, Father, do you see now how we might prevail against dragons without risking the lives of our soldiers? 'Twas a most impressive display. I must admit your commoners acquitted themselves admirably. I thought I heard the terrible din of cannons being fired, and what do I hasten out here to find but the high-born Halenards frolicking in the snow with their low-born lackeys.
Go fuck yourself.
After providing you with this opportunity to improve the ailing reputation of your noble house, does the consideration of House Zemel not merit a formal reply? Lord Tailgrinch, my apologies. The foe was upon us ere we could put quill to parchment. Ah, yes. I imagine you were full occupied with scraping together a serviceable company of soldiers. If only your dear son was as ardent with his knightly training as he is with his idle tinkering. There is not idle in my work. You would not speak such insults had you seen my machinists in action. Oh, such a temper! 'Twould seem your association with commoners has eroded your manners as well as your martial skills. More like it's eroded his patience for douchebags like you. Who said that? Who said that? I didn't say that. Must have been him. I don't know. If you are so confident in these machinists of yours, mayhap you should enter them in the upcoming tourney. Mayhap I shall. Upon my oath, we will turn Ishgard's tradition-bound combat upon its ear. The Holy Sea's adjudicators will be most impressed when your lowborn rabble is chopped to pieces by the tested blades of noble champions. Dickbag. Dickbag walking through. Dickbag. Bag of dicks. All right there. My son, what have you done? The tourney is a stage upon which is flaunted the might and mettle of the four great houses. Only the finest knights are chosen to participate. Even with the aid of your machinists, our battered ranks stand little chance of victory. Must we now parade our shame before the highest echelons of the Holy See? Excuse the fuck out of me, sir. Do not be so swift to dismiss our chances, father. I give you my word, House Halenard will leave the contest with its pride intact. And furthermore, should we win, I will have your word that you shall yield the running of the manufactory to me. Very well, my stubborn boy. And whether you win or no, you be sure to give House Zamel a darn good pummeling. I shall see it done, father. We will not disappoint you. You know, it's got to be fucking chilly as hell in that outfit that Tyrion's got on. Holy crap. Ping! Turkey's done. Like, I realize that's not nowhere near as much of a problem for male bodies as it is for female bodies to go ping when cold, but that shit still happens. Tyrion, by virtue of your undeniable expertise, my father has at last recognized the value of machinistry. But we cannot stop at but one hard-headed knight. This tourney will be our opportunity to demonstrate to all and sundry the potential of our profession. My lordship, if I may, it seems that Lord Tettlegrinch has a dislike for commoners such as me. If me presence will cause you more trouble, then mayhap I should quit the manufactory. Pay no mind to that preening fop, lass. He's all piss and wind. Aye, ever has Tettlegrinch sought to needle me in such manner. 'Tis not you, my dear, that he despises. 'Tis the mingling of highborn and lowborn. House de Mail is a powerful family, and their talent for the building of fortifications has brought them vast wealth and influence. Staunch allies of House Durandare and the de Mails have also been party to a number of significant victories. Thus do they stand at the peak of Ishgardian society, looking down their noses at any who do not share their noble pedigree. If you truly wish to please me, then I would have you shine your brightest in the tourney and wipe that arrogant smirk from his face. Shall we be on our way? Wee. 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 I must confess my misgivings to you, Tyrion. When queried as to our chances at victory, my prospectometer returned an unfavorable result. We triumphed over dragons, 'tis true, but such battle has not prepared us to face coordinated parties of seasoned knights. My machinists are simply not ready. 'Tis fortunate, then, that the tourney is yet some days away. Let us keep such disheartening talk from our colleagues, and continue to train them, and ourselves, for the contest ahead. Indeed. All right. Oh shit, I wish I would have remembered that I had that quest out there. Ethernet. Want Sapphire Avenue Exchange. From Edwin and Curthus. Oh dear. My friend, may I call you that? Oh well then. Tyrion, there's a problem with the Sterilium, and if you think Edwin is vexed, you have no idea how difficult this is for me. Well, I'm past that, so we'll take those. Okay. Dun dun dun. Oh shit. Sorry, I got something to do real quick. Sorry, I got another thing running and it was stuck, so I just had to take care of that real quick. Tyrion, at last, in muted agony have I lingered, longing to hear the hero himself speak of the epic deeds in Ishgard and beyond. The frozen tundra you braved, and into the vault of the heavens you ascended, to a sacred peak, both temple and tomb, to a ruined city, reborn and resettled, to a citadel of the ancients you ventured, parting the misty veil of millennia. The journey made by you and your companions has made its mark upon the stars, and I would hear the tale in its entirety. Alright, well, it goes like this. Your words have worked a miracle upon my melancholy heart. New verses arise unbidden, and threaten to spill from my lips. My harp, I must have my harp. The song of war twixt worm and man some 1,000 years ago began. When mortals grasp for godly might, defaming name of king and knight. In Ozzy's law for woe or weal, did holy will meet righteous steel, and thence would high divinity, compelled by light to bend the knee. What say you? Have I captured the spirit of your triumph? Pray forgive any small liberties I may have taken with the details. One cannot evoke the proper picture of your glory without a certain measure of embellishment. Minstrel's Ballad, Thornton's Reign, now accessible. Tyrion, I have subsisted on the scraps of travelers, but all but wasting away whilst I awaited the full repast that only you can provide. They say you brought an end to 1,000 years of war, that the great worm Nidhogg shall no more darken the skies of Ishgard. But the dragon's song must have a final verse. I beg of you, feed me every morsel. I shall devour every sight, every sound, every blow that you landed upon its scaly hide. Okay, well, here you go. What glorious fare! Brother set against brother, a fallen companion saved. I am revived and restored, and my fingers ache to strum the score. Eternal is a dragon's woe, unceasing doth his anguish flow. Yet for the walls of Ishgard high, against bloody did his Velgar ally. That's really doesn't flow too well right there, dude. Eternal is a dragon's rage, dread Nidhogg's wrath did span an age. Yet by his hated brother's eye did light quell shade and vengeance die. What say you? Does your blood not quicken at the tale's retelling? One might accuse the language of being overly flowery, but epic deeds demand epic depictions. Do you not agree? Nidhogg's Rage, now accessible. Second coil of Bahamut turn 4. That's what I gotta do. I was wondering what it was gonna take to fucking unlock the level 50 stuff. I need to work on that at some point. Alright. La Nosha. Ho! Oh yeah, that's right, we've got Gabu. So this kobold had come to us last time, seeking aid. There's not to be gained from dwelling on an eventual, well, dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commodore Bladen of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Break it? That's not breaking news. That's not breaking it to somebody. Breaking it to somebody is when there's something bad going on. We did awesome. Thank you very much. Fucking nose is itchy. It's annoying. You had a sight for the sore eyes. The others came back without you. I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. I don't know why I made him Scottish for this go-around. All settled then. Then is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men'll be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bay. I'm down. Hey kids, we're gonna party. Because, yeah, they're kids. They're fucking 14 years old. Out beneath the stars.
Who goes there?
Tis
Oh,
I,
it's you.
Aladdin.
Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas.
That's fair.
so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Isael, who were very...
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
Mm-hmm.
I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Mm-hmm. It is true.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation.
This conversation is the first opportunity you really get to figure out who that is.
Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Sorry, I had to Alt-Tab away and then Alt-Tab back, which caused the screen going black. What ho, Tyrion. I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Linkborough. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where's Alize? She was here a moment ago. with Gabu. Tastes like chicken because it is chicken. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? Yep. My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bladen, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that in Norwell Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them, and you, Alice. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. Turn to the Waking Sands. Which I believe is that. Sorry, I had a message to answer. Whee! We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lumensa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Oh, damn it. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then, if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved, such at least is their belief, I surmise. I do find it interesting how Alfino's outfit has the tie, and how the gray of the tie ends up meeting the outfit, so it just seems like one continuous bit of gray going down. If that is true, then gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Twould seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. But yeah, no, this right here is what I'm talking about, how it connects there and how it connects there. It makes it seem like it's just one piece. Even though when you get it turned off to the side, you can see that the tie and the base part down here are separate. Sorry, that's just one of those random bits of artistry, some word that deals with art. That's just pretty nifty to me. That the word that I'm thinking of is just fucking not coming to mind. Oh no, I'm out of soda. I'll have to fix that momentarily. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Tyrion, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yep. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alright, I am going to take 30 seconds. Oh, wait. Alfino, Alize, Tyrion, are you three listening? Good. I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded information that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them? And the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by a happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was, thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Eileen Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Ishtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. She's wondering where Urianger got his information. That is my guess. Anyways, give me 30 seconds. I will be right back with more caffeinage for myself. $28,000, 1,000, $29,000, 1,000, $31,000. Ha! Hooky day. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Leveilleur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, Little Alamigo awaits. All right. Little Alamigo. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Tyrion, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals. Our task being to ascertain who and why. I'm gonna open the window. Get some cooler air in here. My computer is overheating me. Excuse me. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the Resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Tyrion, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Excuse me. The Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. And down we go. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew who he was. Your guess is as good as mine. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. I learned all of blah. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope the revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Sure. Do 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 do. Mana do 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 do. Mana do 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 do. Hey, Gundy. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Tyrion, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions.
We're just really curious about this.
The Griffin. Aye, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself as a charismatic and capable commander.
Ah,
Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Sorry. My message stuff went all kinds of crazy over here. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. There we are. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country. Or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us, They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Yes, it is.
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Tyrion would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with Crystal Braves, and that General Rauban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not, in fact, the Griffin, but an impersonator, a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man, who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all, the secrecy of the impersonators, the masks. This from someone wearing a mask. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half of my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, for all the good that did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Okay, here it goes. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. Oh, that feels better. Sorry, I needed to crack my back. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masses have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke... No, wrong button. No. It is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. Of course! If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the master's plans in broad strokes. Like the man with whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here. This should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbots, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? No, not really. All seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Siren, let us be off. There it is. I managed to just barely miss it when I came in. Alright, are you up here or down there? You appear to be down there. Eh? You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, maybe this will change your mind. Well, you're the ones with the guild, and seeing as you're friends of Papalimo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and, treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Damn it. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. guessing that it's probably that. There we go. While wearing the weathered shepherd's tunic and slops. Weathered shepherd's tunic, weathered shepherd's slops. Okay. Speak with Alfino. Just gotta find his ass. Oh, damn it. Wrong game. It's a shame that door doesn't lead out. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture our past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I also think I'm going to call it here soon. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Okay, thank you, Tori. Thanks for watching. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Tyrion. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alzay of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Onwards, Mittens! Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalymo were here all along? Well, Ishtola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for a Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. Onwards! To shenanigans and fuckery! And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready, and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Proceed.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Nice catch.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
You shall fall soon enough.
Wrong button. Damn it. There we go.
There's no escape! No more games!
It ends, now. Oh.
Now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Oh, there.
The ether! Ugh, it's not enough! I can feel it! Just a little more!
Hurry it up, neighbour! I'll crush you!
Tis done! With this blade, I banish the darkness!
No! Not like this.
That fight was interesting.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always.
Oh, damn it.
Wait!
Sorry, you said eloquent as always. I, like the Ascians, we are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
That was bright.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Hello, pretty lady.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Would seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again. Minfilia is doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. And so it ends... Huh? Hard to say it, but... How did you break your foot, child? Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere, and this when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back into Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But, Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Master's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Okay. Stress fracture. Ran around too much. Fun. You must be tired, Tyrion. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Tyrion, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. And they can do nothing. Of course they can do nothing. Welcome to the real world. Oh, you're outside. Well met, Tyrion. Alphino said you would be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Master's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually, this is what happened. Fruit snacks. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Elfino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been all absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Taru's tales may well surprise you. Ida? Ida, Rhalgr be praised. It is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still in the Circle of Knowing back then, right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray, forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Dun dun dun. So we have an interesting story involving Ida, who does not look a day older after 20 years. And Papa Limo gave her a mask. So, what shall we discover, one wonders? Welcome home, Tyrion. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Cryle and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Fair enough.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Minbreda.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Cryle.
Hello, my love.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
A new adventure! What else?
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Tyrion. The scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Excuse me.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Sounds fair to me.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Pie!
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Okay, day, my love. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. The fuck is that? Oh! The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. So it was here all along. Hello, Nero. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun.
Ah, Tyrion, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise.
Where the fuck is the Diamond Forge? Oh, okay. No, I just need to go out the front fucking door. No, it was on the lower level. Ah.
I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. The fuck was all that for? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Tyrion, all in good time. Aha! Found you. Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think that was very important. Go on. We have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness, you're... Help! I need some help here!
Tataru. The fact that everyone all looks at each other there for a bit before...
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her. Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
It happens.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
Hold on, I gotta... Sorry, I gotta take care of something real quick.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
The problem with multitasking.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
And while teleporting, I'm gonna go make sure the front door is unlocked. That way, when my love gets here, she can just come right on in. I'll be right back. Sorry, I just got a text. That was sent 20 minutes ago. Sorry, 21 minutes ago. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Where do I need to go? Over here. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? This. I see. Wait here while I summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard, of course, will send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements?
Sure.
I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handalu that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Tyrion, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Sorry, when I'm sitting here and nothing's really going on, it's I start playing with shit because my hands need to do something. The joy of attention deficit. Ooh, shiny. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. That's right, I want to check. Before I do that, I want to check something out real quick in Idleshire. Okay. Accessories. Not here. Oh. Just outside, which I could have fucking teleported to. Don't. do 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 ba da da do 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 do. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I can see, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. But that, be that as it may, I could not, in good conscience, make the decision alone, not with the ink scarcely dry in the Republic's book of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border.
Well, makes perfect sense to me.
The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Tyrion? You may see a familiar face. Tyrion, old boy, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some old wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, au revoir. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Sorry, I'm getting some of the, bits of glue from my medicine patch off. Because, well, like I said, hands need to do something. Oh yeah, I got to sing. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a garland. I mean to an imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to observe these developments, or communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. So you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. That was such a weak-ass salute on his part. Like, he just went... It's like, come on, just... Doesn't take much. Just a little bit of oomph. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? Yes, I am. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yeah. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans and Honoir's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Okay, New Gridania. Oh, one moment. Alright, where the bloody fuck... There you are. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Ethernet, Conjurer's Guild. Envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Leminson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Tyrion, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Tyrion, I was glad to hear from Rael that the missing scions have now been found. Thank you. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
One moment, please. I have pie. Love you too.
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force, and the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal. On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
He makes a really good point. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings proved unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mr. Salazar, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Tyrion for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Security. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. and full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speaks, dear sister. Humph. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papa Lima and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Welcome back, Tyrion. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. You and me both, sister. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Cryle, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot... Seriously, one does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamico, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations.
I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leveilleurs? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Tyrion? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, I pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorne hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have been installed, or who have installed themselves at its top. Ah, Tyrion, there you are. Come. Emerse's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting you two here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphanel. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter the negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part, I leave to you. At least she's smart enough to leave the talking part to him. Right? I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. I figure a quarter of the pie is a good place to force myself to stop. I could eat the entire pie in one sitting, but I should probably, spread out the amount of sugar I end up intaking, so not to, trigger a fucking fibro flare-up.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers? You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. I am a fiend for Reese's. Greetings, my friend. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here. See, and sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand by your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Until now. Report! What? Seven hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We have no such order. Or we gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Tyrion, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide for our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted comrades and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position, with all due haste. And, if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Baelsar's Wall. Okay. Alrighty then. Comments. But yeah, like, we're at the end of fucking Heavensward. So that's why I'm streaming longer than usual. Like, I would normally cut out at about this time, but the end of Heavensward is like right here. Kind of want to go Fus Rodan each time I do the that particular attack for the Dragoon. Fus Rodan, Fus Rodan. Because Skyrim. Open sesame. so annoying that the NPCs don't ever use AoE attacks, they'll just use single target shit. I feel like it'd be a very simple bit of coding. If enemy numbers in such and such range is greater than, you know, such and such, use AoE attacks. Like, I feel like that would be a simple bit of coding. I'm not a professional coder, so I could be wrong, but... What do I get the next ones on this? 62. Aw, it stopped.
Oh, God bless it. That fucking Donna. Always interesting playing through these with a group of NPCs because there's specific rate that I'm used to going through these fucking dungeons, and it's, you know, getting bigger pulls, everyone doing AoE attacks, not, you know, the whole being forced to stop for each group and all of that. the fuck are y'all attacking me when I was way the hell back here? Here we go. Finally get to find out who the Griffin is. Yep, that motherfucker.
Yeah! Yeah! How'd you like this? Ugh! Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like this? Yeah! Ugh! Sloppy. Ugh. Yeah! 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 Ugh! Sloppy! Yeah! I'll tear you limb from limb! Yeah! Sloppy! For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah! How'd you like this? Yeah! Ugh! Sloppy.
Ouch. That's for your fucking treachery, asshole.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines! How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rhalgr, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Facts. Completely and utterly factual.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned?
You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Splat.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tupsimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Why didn't they let me stay? Papa Limo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis wore that same look right before the end. You think I don't know that? I know, all right? I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Oh, damn it. Ilberd caught us off guard. Even Tyrion was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papa Limo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. It seems you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papa Limo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trap within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Ishtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alize, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin our preparations to face Ilbert's accursed recreation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Excuse me. School's out forever. School's out for summer. School's out forever. School's been blown to pieces. School's out completely. Ah, Tyrion, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Ishtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the rising stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. The first sneak peek as to one of the...
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
Yeah, it was the first sneak peek to one of the classes in Stormblood.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man! Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
An asshole.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
Okay, it was the end of it.
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allegans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allegans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
He makes a convincing case.
He makes me grind my teeth is what he does. But I suppose we don't have much of a choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allegan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano. and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland, and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
That was a rather unexpected development, one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alizé is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Let's see, airship landing. Tira, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, thought of that man poking around in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Kane, calm yourself, not Kane. Alphino, your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Carta now? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh? I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alfino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ishtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Tyrion, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel along the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Travel to Mordona. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones then? Onward, Mittens.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu! Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold. There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker. and may the enemy tremble at our coming!
Now, where was that? Ah.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
It's my right to strike.
No holding back.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
This one'll sting.
Shit, sorry, I just realized that my mic was off. Are you still playing with those soldiers? Suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. I love that grin. Just, what the? No one told me they'd have matchstick armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless Kerr thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray, attend to the rest of his minions.
It's all over now.
Your defense is nothing.
Tis my right to strike!
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you!
You watching, Pabaliro?
An opening.
Look upon us, samurai of Doma!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel!
It's all over now.
Your defense is nothing.
Tis my right to strike!
How many of these motherfuckers am I gonna have to fight? That many, apparently. Deserting a battle is punishable by death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now. Please?
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
Bless it. Wrong button.
I have you!
You watching, Pabaliro?
An opening.
Look upon us, samurai of Doma!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel!
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words. It'll be you who rules this day. Uh-huh, right.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta... Okay, sorry about that. Had messaging to take care of.
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
Yeah, good luck.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Nero, as portrayed by the Wicked Witch of the
The
West.
launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose. Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered the malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment, everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened out. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. There we go. This is the final mission for this chapter. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Notice that the tattoo on her neck is gone. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alfino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. Council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Shit's fucked up. That's my testimony. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seatseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing. That much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabanya. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eyes it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. If only. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when we looked upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembled a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanyan side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force, under the command of Marshal Tarupen, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanian's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Someone's a little full of himself. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabanya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of certain retaliation by working in concert. It is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Yshtola and the others have gathered at Amarise's spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. God bless it. Really hate the fact that my fingers will twitch like that.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to
God's blessing. Fucking finger twitching.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
Anywho, at the end of what Ishtal had said, I am given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. That was where she met Master Louis. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
Sorry, I thought that last one was finished with that long pause that she did. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for moms and moms until we came to the city of Charlian. Then comes this.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have...
Oops.
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
Yeah, do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road knowing what you know now? And what she said.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker. We leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she had scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward.
And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. See if I can crack my back again. Got one spot. Did not get what needed to pop though. There we are. That's what I wanted to get to, was the end of the Heavensward storyline. Because I knew that I was damn close to it actually being at the end. Damn. Fucking 2 hours. If I would have realized that it was going to be another 2 hours worth of stuff, I would have totally ended 2 hours ago. And then set this just to be its own separate thing. Alright. I'm gonna let that go. However, God bless it. There we are. Okay. Well, at the end of all my streams, what I end up doing is I promote mental health awareness. And with that, you know, hand in hand with that comes suicide awareness and suicide prevention. Well, with all of that, I end up sharing some memes. And that's what I'm digging out right now, is getting all of the memes set up and squared away. Alright. So, as you can see, this whole thing is just a screenshot. I typed in suicide helpline text. It was either 2 weeks or 2 months. Every single fucking night that I had streamed, typed that in and set this whole thing up before I realized that I could just, you know, print screen the whole damn thing. But yeah. So, National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-8255. The shorter way to get it, to do it is 988. You can text that or call that. Whoops, shit. Son of a beach. Like I said, fingers twitch, accidentally clicking shit. But yeah. And if you don't want to text or talk, you can also go onto their website and you can set it up, say your direct messaging, and there's all kinds of resources out there. All it takes is just a quick, you know, search on whatever search engine you prefer using. But yeah, with that, like I said, I also
dig up some memes that deal with mental health issues or happen to be something that I feel is important. And I go and I pick 2 or 3 to share, along with all of this. No particular order. One of my least favorite mental illness things is hungry but don't feel like eating. And its companions, hungry but all the food in the house is illegal, hungry but can't make anything, and hungry, want to eat, but why bother? Also the ADHD friend, hungry but unaware of hunger because current activity is too captivating. That's a big one for me. Hungry, but I'll get to it later. Yep, these 2 are ones that are really big ones for me. This one. Trying to live with these thoughts can be draining, but remember that your mind is not speaking the truth. You are loved, you are worth it, you are not your thoughts. That's one that I have to keep reminding myself of. Like, I've got a bit of paper right here that is right in front of me, and it's got some affirmations on it. I am not my pain. I have managed worse pain than this. I am not alone. I am loved. Others care about me. The pain is only part of my larger life. My pain does not invalidate my needs. I am valued. These are important things for me to remember because they're really hard for me to remember. So I've got that, and it's just right there for me to see every day, just bam. So yeah, you are not your thoughts. That's a big one. Alright, last one. This one's a long one. I don't like the phrase, a cry for help. I just don't like how it sounds. When somebody says to me, I'm thinking about suicide, I have a plan, I just need a reason not to do it. The last thing I see is helplessness. I think your depression has been beating you up for years. It's called you ugly and stupid and pathetic and a failure for so long that you've forgotten that it's wrong. You don't see any good in yourself and you don't have any hope. But still, here you are. You come over to me, banged on my door and said, hey, staying alive is really hard right now. Just give me something to fight with. I don't care if it's a stick. Give me a stick and I can stay alive. How is that helpless? I think that's incredible. You're like a Marine, trapped for years behind enemy lines. Your gun has been taken away, you're out of ammo, you're malnourished, and you've probably caught some kind of jungle virus that's making you hallucinate giant spiders. And you're still just going, give me a stick. I'm not dying out here. A cry for help makes it sound like I'm supposed to take pity on you. But you don't need my pity. This isn't pathetic. This is the will to survive. This is how humans lived long enough to become the dominant species. With no hope, running on nothing, you're ready to cut through 100 miles of hostile jungle with nothing but a stick, if that's what it takes to get to safety. All I'm doing is handing out sticks. You're the one staying alive. So yeah, that one's an important one too. Cause yeah, depression's a fucking bitch. It really is. Anyways. That's the tail end of my show, my stream. Yeah, there we go, my stream. I don't have my own show. That would require, me making money. And, a lot more people seeing it, I would think. But at the end of my stream, so, as always, until next time, peace. May the force be with you. Live long and prosper. Keep warm or cool as necessary. Hydrate. Take care of yourselves. Alright? We'll catch you next time.